Hey friends, welcome back. You're listening to The Still Bible, where the teachings of Jesus flow softly like calm waters, bringing peace to your heart and rest to your soul. Tonight, we lay down our worries and rest in His presence, the same presence that once walked among the weary and the burdened, whispering, "Come to me, and I will give you rest." A candle flickers by the bedside, its small flame swaying gently with the quiet rhythm of your breath. The window is open just enough for the cool night air to drift in, carrying the faint sound of rustling leaves. Somewhere outside, a distant owl calls into the darkness, and the world feels wrapped in a tender hush, the kind of stillness that invites the soul to slow down and listen. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you'd like, share in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. It's a beautiful thing, knowing we're all gathered here, different hearts, different places, yet all drawn to the same quiet peace. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's reflection together. The night was still across Galilee. Stars shimmered above the hills like prayers suspended in heaven's breath. The people of the villages had long ended their day, their lamps extinguished, their hearts tired from labor and longing. Yet somewhere in that vast quiet, a deeper stillness waited, one not born of silence, but of surrender. There was a man sitting by the shore, his hands clasped loosely, eyes resting on the rippling surface of the water. His heart had carried too much that day, worries about his children, about the harvest, about what tomorrow might bring. The weight pressed on him, as it does for many of us when the world grows dark and our thoughts grow loud. But as he sat there, he remembered something Jesus had once said on this very shore. The memory came like a soft tide rolling back in. Jesus had spoken not of great miracles or distant promises, but of simple peace, the kind that seeps quietly into the soul when one stops striving and simply trusts. He remembered the warmth of Jesus' voice, steady and calm. Do not worry about your life, what you will eat or wear. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap, yet your Father feeds them. Those words had sounded simple at the time, yet now, under the starlight, they glowed with truth. He breathed deeply, and the cool night air filled his lungs. The water shimmered with faint moonlight, each wave a reminder that even the smallest movements were held in divine rhythm. In that moment, he realized how often his worries had stolen the quiet from his heart, how easily the noise of fear had drowned out the gentle voice of faith. And so he whispered into the night, "Lord, I lay it down." The words were small, barely carried by the breeze, but they held everything, every burden, every fear, every unspoken ache. For a moment, it felt as if the world paused to listen. The air grew softer, his shoulders loosened. He looked toward the horizon where the first light of dawn might one day return, and he felt something holy in that waiting. Peace, he thought, was not the absence of storms, but the nearness of Jesus within them. And with that, he closed his eyes, not in sleep yet, but in surrender, trusting that the same hands that held the stars also held his tomorrow. The night carried on in quiet grace, the water whispering of mercy and rest. And somewhere within that stillness, the man's heart finally began to rest too. As the quiet deepened, the man by the shore recalled another moment, one that had once stirred the hearts of everyone who heard it. It was a morning when the sun rose soft and golden over the hills, and Jesus had stood before a small crowd, his face gentle, his eyes filled with compassion. The people had come carrying all kinds of burdens: hunger, fear, loneliness, the uncertainty of each day. And Jesus, seeing the weight they bore, spoke to them not as a teacher above them, but as a shepherd walking beside them. He reminded them of the Father's tender care, that same care that shaped the lilies, fed the sparrows, and painted the sunrise each morning without fail. There was a warmth in his words that reached beyond sound, settling into the quiet places of their souls. He told them that the Father already knew what they needed, long before they even spoke it aloud. A woman sitting near the front, her eyes weary from years of worry, had felt tears gather as she listened. For so long she had believed that God's care had to be earned, that peace was a reward for those strong enough to never stumble. But that morning, in the tone of Jesus' voice, she heard something new. You are already loved, already seen, already held. It was not a demand, but an invitation. Jesus did not command them to stop worrying, as if it were a failure of faith. He invited them to trust, to let go of what they could not control, and find rest in the arms of a Father who never forgets his children. The man by the shore remembered how the crowd had quieted that day. Even the restless children had gone still, as if creation itself had leaned in to listen. Jesus looked at them, farmers, mothers, fishermen, laborers, and said that worry could not add a single moment to their lives. It was a truth so simple and yet so freeing. The sound of the sea and his voice had blended like a lullaby, teaching them to live in rhythm with grace rather than fear. As the man remembered, he looked down at his hands. How often they had trembled with anxious toil, trying to hold together what only God could sustain. Yet this night he felt the faint echo of that morning's promise. Somewhere deep within him, the Father's care was still unfolding, still steady, still kind. He imagined Jesus sitting quietly nearby, perhaps watching the same moon, hearing the same whispers of the wind. The thought was strangely comforting, that the one who had once spoken peace to the crowds still watched over his children in every generation. The world had changed, but his care had not. In that gentle knowing, the man lifted his eyes toward the heavens. You remember me, he whispered softly, even when I forget you. The stars seemed to shimmer brighter, as though heaven itself nodded in agreement. He thought of the words Jesus had spoken, that the Father clothed the fields in splendor far beyond any king, and if he so cared for the grass that faded by evening, how much more would he care for his beloved ones? The man's heart filled with warmth, not from the air, but from the quiet assurance that he was not alone in his smallness. The sea lapped gently at the shore, a rhythm older than worry, older than time. And as he listened, the man began to understand what Jesus meant when he said, "Do not be afraid, little flock." It wasn't a command to be perfect in faith. It was a reminder that love itself was watching, holding, and guiding him home. Far beyond the quiet shoreline, the fields stretched under the silver glow of the moon. A breeze moved gently across them, stirring the tall blades of grass, and in the distance the lilies swayed softly, their pale petals glimmering like scattered stars upon the earth. They stood in their quiet glory, delicate yet unafraid of the night, content simply to be as their Maker had formed them. It was these same lilies that Jesus once pointed to when he spoke about trust and surrender. He had told those gathered on the hillside to look at them, to see how they neither labored nor spun, and yet not even kings dressed in such beauty. He wanted them to understand that peace was not found in striving, but in resting, in knowing that the same hands that clothed the lilies also held them. That lesson lingered in the heart of a young woman who often walked among those fields. She had grown up tending her family's small plot of land, always worried whether the rains would come, whether the crops would last through winter, whether there would be enough for her mother, her brothers, her little child. Worry had grown like weeds in her thoughts, stealing her sleep, stealing her song. But one evening, while gathering herbs near the hill where Jesus had once taught, she stopped to watch the lilies move with the wind. They seemed to dance without care or control, simply swaying with grace, trusting the rhythm that carried them. The woman knelt beside them, her hands resting on the earth, and for the first time she felt what Jesus had meant. These flowers did not question the sun's rising or the rain's coming. They did not doubt whether they were seen or provided for. They were at peace because they lived in complete surrender. She closed her eyes and felt the soil beneath her palms, cool, steady, alive. The same ground that nourished the lilies nourished her. The same Creator who painted their petals had written her name on his heart. And there, in the soft rustle of the field, she let out a trembling breath and whispered, "If you care for them, you will care for me too." As she rose to walk home, the moonlight traced her path like a gentle promise. Every step seemed lighter than the last. It wasn't that her troubles had vanished. The world was still uncertain, the days still long, but her heart was quieter now. The worries that had once shouted within her had become whispers she could hand over to the one who heard them all. Back at her small home, she set a cup of water beside her bed and looked out the window. The lilies in the distance stood still in the night air, unmoved by fear or doubt. She smiled faintly, realizing that trust was not something she had to build. It was something she could rest in. The same moon that shone over Galilee shone over her, and its light seemed to carry a message, a reminder that even when she could not see the future, God's care was already there, waiting in the morning. And as she lay down, her thoughts began to slow, her breath falling into rhythm with the night. She remembered Jesus' words, how he had said that the Father clothed even the smallest flowers with love, and that his children were worth infinitely more. Outside, the wind moved softly through the lilies, and their whispering seemed to echo the truth of that promise. They were teaching her still, in their quiet, wordless way, to trust the unseen, to rest in the care that never sleeps. And as she drifted toward rest, her heart echoed their gentle song. Peace, peace, peace. The sea was calm that night, stretching wide and endless beneath a canopy of stars. Gentle ripples brushed against the shore, their rhythm steady and soothing. Not far from where the lilies grew, a fisherman sat by his small wooden boat, mending the same nets that had once tangled beneath crashing waves and stormy skies. His hands were rough and worn, but his movements were slow, almost tender, as though each knot carried a prayer. He remembered a night when the sea had not been so kind, a night when the wind roared and the sky churned with fury. The memory came vividly, like a dream half remembered. He and the others had been caught in the middle of the lake, their boat tossed about like driftwood. The waves had risen higher than their courage, and fear had filled every breath. In that darkness, they had believed they would perish. But then, there was Jesus, sleeping. The fisherman smiled faintly at the thought. Even as the boat pitched and the storm screamed, Jesus had lain in the stern, his head resting upon a cushion, untouched by the chaos that surrounded him. It had seemed impossible then, almost maddening, that anyone could rest while the world fell apart. But when they cried out to him, his eyes opened, calm and clear, like morning light cutting through the night. He had risen, looked upon the wind and the water, and spoken only a few words. And just like that, the storm obeyed. The fisherman's breath deepened as he remembered that moment. The sudden silence after the rage, the still water gleaming beneath the moon. His fear had melted into awe, not just because the sea had calmed, but because he had seen peace itself standing before him. It was then he realized that Jesus' peace wasn't a shield from the storm. It was a presence within it, strong, still, unwavering. He had carried that memory for years, though sometimes it lay hidden beneath new worries, the burden of providing for his family, the uncertainty of each day's catch, the ache in his back that came with age. Yet tonight, as he sat by the gentle waves, he found himself breathing to their rhythm, remembering the sound of that voice saying, "Why are you afraid? Do you still not believe?" It wasn't a scolding question, he realized now. It was love, the kind that invites trust where fear once lived. The nets slipped through his fingers, soft and frayed, and he thought of how Jesus' peace had felt that night. Not like a thunderclap, but like the quiet after rain. That same peace had never left him. It had simply waited beneath the noise of his thoughts, ready to rise again whenever he remembered. He looked out at the dark horizon, the faint line where the sea kissed the sky. "You still calm storms, even the ones no one else can see," he whispered. A flicker of light danced upon the water. maybe the moon's reflection, maybe something more. The air was cool and clean, and the world felt wrapped in something sacred. The fisherman felt no need to rush, no need to fix or prove anything. He simply sat there, his soul quiet, his heart steady. And in that stillness, he knew that the same voice that spoke to the wind still spoke to him. When at last he rose to return home, he left his nets by the shore, their mending complete. The sea whispered softly behind him, as though offering its own benediction. He did not fear what tomorrow might bring, for he had seen what peace could do, how even the fiercest storm must bow before the calm of Christ. The night stretched on, serene and eternal, as if heaven itself was echoing that memory. Peace, be still. In a quiet home on the edge of Bethany, the scent of baked bread and olive oil lingered in the air. The day's warmth had begun to fade, and shadows stretched long across the stone floor. A single oil lamp flickered beside the doorway, its flame dancing gently, as though echoing the slow rhythm of a tired heart. Martha moved about the room, her hands busy but her spirit restless. Her mind raced through the list of things still undone. Bread to slice, dishes to wash, guests to serve. Every sound seemed to carry a weight, the crackle of the fire, the murmur of conversation from the next room, even the soft laughter of her sister, Mary, who sat quietly at Jesus' feet. It was a scene that had once stirred her frustration, that memory still vivid in her thoughts. She remembered the moment she had walked into that same room years ago, her arms full of work, her patience worn thin, and she had found Mary sitting in stillness, listening to Jesus speak, while she bore the burden of preparation alone. And she had spoken sharply, perhaps more sharply than she intended. "Lord, don't you care that my sister has left me to do the work by myself? Tell her to help me." But Jesus, ever gentle, had turned to her with eyes full of compassion, not correction, but understanding. His words had cut through her anxious heart like light breaking through clouds. "Martha, Martha, you are worried and upset about many things, but only one thing is needed." Only one thing. She had remembered those words ever since. And tonight, as the lamp flickered and her hands trembled slightly over the table, she felt them again, soft, steady, patient. She paused, setting the loaf down, and leaned against the counter. The house grew quiet around her, the air filled with that same sacred stillness she had once missed in her busyness. In the next room, Jesus' voice had been calm and kind that day, a tone that didn't scold her for her service, but invited her to rest in his presence while she worked. And slowly she had begun to understand he didn't need her perfection, he wanted her peace. Martha looked toward the window now, where the moonlight spilled across the stone, and she thought of how easily the noise of duty could drown the whisper of love. She loved deeply, that was her nature, but love, she was learning, didn't always mean doing more. Sometimes it meant being still. She took a seat beside the lamp and let her shoulders drop. The flame swayed gently, casting soft light across her face. Somewhere in the quiet, she could almost hear his voice again, as if he were sitting there beside her. "Come to me, all who are weary, and I will give you rest." Her eyes grew wet with unspoken tears. She murmured, "I've tried to carry so much, but maybe you never asked me to." The words lingered in the air, half prayer, half confession. Outside, the breeze moved through the olive branches, whispering against the walls. She thought of her sister, how peaceful Mary had looked that day, seated at his feet, unhurried and unafraid. Martha smiled faintly, realizing now that it wasn't about one sister being better than the other. It was about learning when to serve and when to sit. Both were love, but only one began with rest. The night deepened, and the lamp burned lower. She took a deep breath, letting the quiet sink into her chest. The world would wait. The bread could cool, the dishes could rest. For now she chose the one thing needed, to simply be still in his presence. And for the first time that day, her heart was at ease. The sun had long since dipped below the hills, leaving the sky brushed in violet and deep gold. In a small village beyond the olive groves, a mother sat quietly beside her sleeping child. The room was dimly lit, its air warm with the faint scent of pressed linen and the lingering aroma of supper. Her hands rested on her lap, still and folded, though her heart was far from still. All day she had carried a heaviness, a fear she could not name. Her child had been unwell for days, and though the fever had begun to ease, her thoughts had not. Every sigh, every quiet rustle from the little bed had pulled her heart in two directions, one toward hope and the other toward worry. But now, as she watched the gentle rise and fall of the child's chest, her mind drifted to a memory, a day she had once seen Jesus walking through her village. The air had been thick with dust and voices, people pressing in from every side. And yet through all the noise, she had noticed his calm. His steps were slow but sure, his gaze filled with the kind of peace that seemed to silence the world around him. She remembered how he had stopped when someone cried out, how his hand, steady and gentle, had reached to touch the sick and the weary. There had been no hurry in him, no shadow of fear. Even those who doubted seemed to breathe easier in his presence. And as he spoke, the sound of his voice carried something she had never forgotten. It was not power that demanded, but love that restored. That image now lingered in her mind like a tender melody. She imagined his hand resting on her child's head, his quiet assurance filling the room. She whispered the words she had once heard him speak to another mother, "Do not fear, only believe." The words were simple, yet they seemed to breathe through her, steadying her pulse, loosening the tightness in her chest. She reached out and brushed her fingers through her child's hair. The fever's heat had softened, the skin cool beneath her touch. A small sigh escaped her lips, one that felt like release, a surrender she had resisted all day. She realized then that worry had not changed her child's condition. It had only stolen her peace. Jesus' way was different. His miracles often began where fear ended, where the heart finally let go of control. She had seen it in the faces of others, the blind who had dared to hope, the lame who had risen to walk, the grieving who found comfort enough to believe again. As the wind outside shifted softly through the open window, she lifted her gaze toward the night sky. Stars had begun to appear, faint and far, yet unshakably bright. She thought of how they burned faithfully night after night, unseen by many, yet unwavering in their place. The same hand that had set those stars in motion was the one she trusted now, the same hand that had once lifted a child from death and returned him to his mother's arms. She whispered quietly, her voice trembling, yet full of warmth, "You are near, even when I cannot see you." The child stirred lightly in sleep, turning toward her touch. The mother smiled, her eyes glistening with peace rather than tears. The room seemed lighter somehow, not because the lamp had brightened, but because her heart had. She leaned back against the wall, letting the stillness wrap around her like a blanket. It was then she understood that faith was not about forcing calm. It was about remembering who held the world when she could not. The night deepened, and the rhythm of her child's breathing became a lullaby. She closed her eyes and whispered one last prayer, not of desperation, but of trust. "Lord, my child is yours, and so am I." And as the house fell quiet, her heart finally rested, not in the absence of worry, but in the presence of perfect love. The hillside was alive with the hum of voices and the sound of movement. Sandals brushing against dry grass, children laughing as they ran between their mothers' skirts, and the murmur of the sea whispering not far away. The day had stretched long beneath a golden sun, and now, as evening neared, thousands sat upon the slope, weary yet unwilling to leave. They had come seeking something more than bread. They had come seeking peace. Jesus stood before them, his robe touched by the soft wind that carried across the fields. His eyes, gentle and knowing, swept over the faces, the tired, the hopeful, the forgotten. He saw their hunger both of the body and of the soul, and before he spoke a single word, his heart was already moved with compassion. There was a stillness that settled whenever he paused, a silence that felt sacred. It wasn't the silence of fear or formality. It was the silence of longing hearts leaning closer. The crowd listened as he spoke, his voice carrying through the air like a slow stream over smooth stones. He told them that their Father in heaven saw them, every need, every ache, every hidden tear. Among them sat a young boy, his small hands clutching the simple basket that held 5 loaves and 2 fish. His mother had packed it for him that morning, never imagining it would be placed in the hands of the Son of God. But as the boy watched Jesus look out over the multitude, he felt something stir in him, a nudge of quiet trust. When one of the disciples asked if anyone had food, the boy hesitated only for a moment before offering what he had. It wasn't much, yet when Jesus received it, he lifted it toward heaven and gave thanks. The crowd watched as he broke the bread, his movements slow and deliberate, like a prayer in motion. Then the miracle unfolded, not with thunder or light, but with grace that multiplied in silence. The bread passed from hand to hand, The fish divided again and again until every person was fed. But even more than their bodies, it was their hearts that were filled. They looked upon one another, strangers moments ago, now united by wonder. Mothers held their children close, old men wept softly, and those who had come anxious and empty found themselves surrounded by abundance they had not expected. A woman sitting near the edge of the crowd felt tears on her cheeks when she realized what she was witnessing. It wasn't just bread being shared. It was love being made visible. She thought of her own life, of the days when she had worried over how she would provide, how she would endure. But here on this hillside, surrounded by the scent of earth and the warmth of evening, she saw what it meant to trust. Jesus moved among them afterwards, not as a distant figure, but as one of them, smiling, listening, blessing. His peace was not only in his words, but in his presence itself. The people lingered, reluctant to leave that holy calm. Even when the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared, they remained still, content, at rest. And as the mother gathered her child and the boy took back his empty basket, they both felt something unexplainable, a fullness that had nothing to do with food. It was the realization that they were seen, loved, and cared for beyond measure. The crowd slowly dispersed, but the peace lingered like the scent of bread in the air. The hillside, once echoing with hunger, now whispered with gratitude. The same stars that watched over them watched over the one who had fed them, the giver of rest to every restless heart. And somewhere in that night breeze, soft as breath, the words seemed to return again. Do not worry, your Father knows what you need. Night had come quietly over the hills of Galilee. The stars hung low and bright, scattered like handfuls of diamonds across a velvet sky. The sea lay still beneath them, shimmering in the moonlight, calm, silent, beautiful. Yet even in the peace of the night, a small boat rocked gently upon its surface, carrying men whose hearts were not at ease. The disciples rowed steadily, their oars dipping in and out of the dark water, the rhythm steady but tense. Jesus had sent them ahead, promising to meet them on the other side. The wind, at first gentle, began to change. A low whisper became a rising voice, and soon the calm waves turned restless. The moonlight fractured across the water as the sea began to churn. Peter, his hands strong on the oar, looked to the horizon, but it had disappeared into a blur of storm clouds. Lightning flashed in the distance, and thunder rolled like the voice of the deep. The wind tore through their hair and robes as the boat heaved against the waves. Fear settled over them like a shadow. They were seasoned fishermen, but tonight the storm seemed alive, fierce, unpredictable, consuming. In the chaos, their shouts rose above the wind. "Hold fast! Bail the water! We're sinking!" Yet beneath the storm's roar was a deeper fear. Where was he? The one who calmed hearts and spoke peace into chaos was not with them, or so they thought. Then through the sheets of rain and flashes of light, they saw something or someone moving toward them across the waves. At first, it seemed impossible, like a ghost walking on water. Terror gripped them, and they cried out. But above the storm came a voice, steady and clear, carried on the wind. Take heart. It is I. Do not be afraid." The sound of his voice was like the first dawn breaking through a long night. The wind still howled, but fear began to melt away. Peter's heart leapt. Recognition, faith, and doubt all swirling within him. "Lord," he called out, his voice trembling, "if it is you, command me to come to you on the water." And Jesus said simply, "Come." Peter stepped over the edge, his bare feet meeting the rolling sea. For a moment he stood, astonished, weightless, eyes fixed on the one before him. Each step defied logic, each breath filled with wonder. But then a gust of wind caught his face, and his gaze faltered. Fear crept in, whispering its familiar lies. "You can't do this. You will fall." The water swallowed his courage, and he began to sink. "Lord, save me!" he cried, hands flailing in the dark. And immediately, not a moment later, Jesus reached out and caught him. The storm didn't delay his rescue. His hand was already there, firm, steady, saving. "Why did you doubt?" he asked softly, lifting him up. Not as a rebuke, but as an invitation to trust more deeply next time. Together, they walked back to the boat. As soon as his foot touched the deck, the wind stopped. The sea fell silent. The clouds parted, and the stars returned, shining bright as ever. The disciples could only stare, breathless. Awe filled the boat like holy fire. Some wept quietly, others whispered prayers. And then together they fell to their knees and worshipped him, saying, "Truly, you are the Son of God." The sea, moments ago wild and raging, now mirrored the stillness in their hearts. No longer tossed by fear, they drifted gently across the water beneath the stars. Jesus sat among them, his robe still damp, his face calm. He looked at each of them, not with judgment, but with the kind of love that sees beyond failure, the love that rescues, that restores, that gives peace in the storm. The disciples didn't forget that night, nor should we, because even now, across the storms of our own hearts, the worries that rise like waves, the doubts that drown our faith, the same voice still calls out, "Take heart, it is I, do not be afraid." And when we begin to sink under the weight of life's troubles, his hand is still there, reaching, saving, holding, always in time, always enough. The night grew still again, and the disciples' boat glided gently across the calm waters, their hearts at rest after the storm. The stars above seemed closer now, clearer, as if heaven itself leaned down to whisper peace. The world was quiet, but in the quiet, Jesus began to teach them something even deeper: how to live without the burden of tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn painted gold across the sky, the people found him again by the hillside. They gathered around, eager for his words. Mothers held their children close, men sat in the dust, and even the birds perched nearby as if listening too. Jesus looked upon them, weary souls, worried faces, hearts heavy with questions. They had enough for today, but not enough for tomorrow. Their eyes spoke it. What if the food runs out? What if the rain doesn't come? What if life becomes too hard? He smiled gently, knowing those fears well. "Do not worry about your life," he said softly, "what you will eat or drink, or about your body what you will wear. His words drifted through the morning air like a soothing wind. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothes? He lifted his gaze toward the sky. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. A few sparrows darted above them, as if on cue, their songs rising joyfully against the quiet. Are you not much more valuable than they? Some smiled through their worry, others bowed their heads, feeling something in their hearts begin to ease. Jesus continued, pointing toward the meadow that lay beyond the crowd. See how the lilies of the field grow. They do not labor or spin, yet I tell you that not even Solomon in all his splendor was dressed like one of these. The people followed his gaze, and there, swaying in the gentle wind, were wildflowers glowing in shades of purple and gold, clothed in beauty without effort, cared for by a Creator who never forgets even one petal. He looked back at them, eyes full of kindness. If that is how God clothes the grass of the field, which is here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will He not much more clothe you, you of little faith? His words were not harsh, but healing, as if He were lifting each worry from their shoulders one by one. So do not worry, saying, "What shall we eat?" or "What shall we drink?" or "What shall we wear?" Your heavenly Father knows that you need them. The crowd was silent now, hearts still and listening. The sun warmed their faces, and for a moment they felt it, the weight of tomorrow slipping away. Seek first the kingdom of God, Jesus said, His voice soft yet certain, and His righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. He paused, letting the truth sink deep. Therefore, do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own. A small child laughed then, chasing a butterfly through the flowers. It fluttered higher and higher until it disappeared into the light. The people watched, and many smiled then, some for the first time in a long while. It was as if, in that moment, they understood tomorrow was never meant to be carried. It belongs to God, who already waits for us there. As the crowd began to disperse, a woman stayed behind. She had lost much, her husband, her home, her security. She knelt by the path and whispered, "But Lord, how do I stop worrying?" Jesus knelt beside her, His eyes gentle as morning. "You start," He said, "by remembering who holds you." The woman closed her eyes, tears glistening like dew. She breathed in and out, and for the first time the fear of tomorrow loosened its grip. And so it is with us. When tomorrow feels heavy, when anxiety whispers of what might come, we must remember this promise: we are seen, we are known, and we are held. The same God who feeds the sparrows and clothes the lilies walks beside us through every sunrise and sunset. We need not plan every path or control every outcome. We only need to rest in the truth that the one who carried us through today will carry us through tomorrow. The night air was soft and still, and in the quiet a disciple sat alone beneath an olive tree. His hands rested on his knees, fingers entwined, eyes fixed on the dark horizon, where the stars reflected faintly on the silvered surface of the lake. He had walked many roads with Jesus, seen miracles and wonders beyond imagining, yet fear still touched him, subtle, quiet, like a shadow creeping at the edge of his heart. He remembered the day Jesus had spoken those words to him, words that had reached deeper than any command or teaching. They had been walking together along the dusty path, the sun sinking low, painting the hills with gold. The disciple had spoken of the storms that haunted him, the worry about failing, about not being enough, and about the unknown that seemed to loom around every corner. Jesus had stopped, his eyes meeting the disciples with calm certainty. "Take courage," he had said, his voice steady and warm. "Do not be afraid. You are not walking alone." Those words had not chased every fear away. Fear is patient, and it returns, but they had shifted something within him. There was now a tether of trust, invisible yet unbreakable, that held him even when doubt threatened to take hold. The disciple had learned that courage was not the absence of fear, it was the quiet knowledge that Christ walked with him through it. Tonight, he thought again of that moment as he watched the stars flicker overhead. The world was full of uncertainty, tides, winds, the unknown paths of life, yet he felt the calm settle in his chest. The same voice that had spoken to him on the dusty path whispered again in memory, "Be not afraid." He imagined the countless others who had walked with Jesus and felt the same gentle reassurance. Mothers, fathers, widows, children, even strangers along the road, each one held in the same steady care. Fear had not disappeared from their lives, yet it had been softened, framed within the greater presence of divine love. The disciple closed his eyes, listening to the faint rustle of olive leaves in the breeze. He thought of the lessons Jesus had woven into simple moments, the feeding of the hungry, the healing of the sick, the laughter of children, the quiet prayers of the overlooked. Each was a reminder that life, though fragile, was cradled in hands that never let go. "Lord," he whispered, "I am afraid still, but I trust you more than I fear." The words trembled, small and sincere, carrying the weight of a heart laid bare. In the distance, the lake shimmered under the moonlight, each ripple reflecting the patience and presence of the one who had commanded storms to be still. The disciple thought of Peter walking on the water, of Martha learning to sit, of mothers watching their children sleep. All moments of human vulnerability met with divine reassurance. And in that reflection, he felt courage grow quietly like dawn inching over the hills. He breathed deeply, letting the rhythm of night and heart align. Fear could speak, but it no longer held the power it once had. For each anxious thought, there was a memory of the steady, unwavering voice that had said, "Do not be afraid." And in that presence, the disciple found a peace that was not dependent on circumstance, a rest that no storm could steal. The village was quiet now, the last traces of market noise fading into the distance. Lanterns flickered in windows, casting warm pools of light across the narrow streets. In one modest home, a young man sat on the edge of his bed, his elbows resting on his knees, hands clasped together. The day had been long, full of tasks and obligations, each pressing against his chest like a heavy weight. And yet, amidst the fatigue, he remembered the gentle words of Jesus, words that had changed the way he carried life's burdens. He thought of the day when Jesus had walked through a crowded square, surrounded by people who were tired, anxious, and hungry. They had pressed in, seeking help, hope, and understanding. And Jesus, instead of recoiling from the weight of their need, had stopped and met them with calm attention. His eyes swept over them, and his heart seemed to expand to hold every sorrow, every longing. He had watched as Jesus spoke, not with urgency or frustration, but with the kind of patience that could calm a storm in a single breath. The words flowed like a gentle stream. "Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." They were simple, yet profound. The young man had leaned in, imagining the promise reaching into the hidden corners of his own heart. He had carried that memory through the week, clinging to it during moments when fear and doubt threatened to rise. Every worry that had once seemed insurmountable, bills unpaid, tasks unfinished, relationships strained, had been lightened by the thought that he did not carry them alone. Jesus had invited him into a place of rest, where his efforts were met not with judgment, but with gentle care. Tonight, as he sat in the quiet room, he allowed the words to settle deeper than ever before. He pictured himself walking to a grassy hill, the sun low in the sky, the breeze moving softly through olive trees. Jesus was there, waiting, and in his presence the weight of the day lifted. Each anxious dot seemed smaller, each fear less insistent. The promise of rest was not distant, it was here, as near as a heartbeat. The young man reflected on the lessons hidden in Jesus' everyday actions, the patience with the children, the care for the sick, the blessing of the simple loaf of bread shared with many. Every act spoke of a profound truth, that life's burdens, though real and heavy, are never too great for divine presence to meet. There was an invitation to surrender, not because life was easy, but because the one who sees all is faithful. He leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes. In the hush of the night, he could almost hear Jesus' voice again, soft and certain, wrapping around him like a cloak. You are not alone. You are held. You are enough. The twilight sky stretched wide over the hills, a soft purple and gold fading into the first hints of night. In a small garden, a woman knelt by the edge of a fountain, water trickling softly into the stone basin. Her hands rested on her knees, fingers lightly brushing the cool marble, as she tried to quiet the noise that had filled her mind all day, worries about her family, her future, her place in the world. She remembered how Jesus had once spoken of seeds and soil in a similar garden. He had told a crowd that some seeds fall along the path, some on rocky ground, and some among thorns. Yet others fall on good soil, where they grow and yield fruit in abundance. The lesson had stayed with her, echoing through her thoughts like a gentle refrain. The soil of the heart must be prepared, nurtured, and open. Tonight, as she knelt, she felt the truth of those words pressing softly into her spirit. Her own heart had often been like rocky soil, full of worry and fear, anxious for tomorrow and frustrated by what she could not control. But in the quiet of this garden, with the stars just beginning to peek through the darkening sky, she felt a shift. She could choose The twilight sky stretched wide over the hills, a soft purple and gold fading into the first hints of night. In a small garden, a woman knelt by the edge of a fountain, water trickling softly into the stone basin. Her hands rested on her knees, fingers lightly brushing the cool marble as she tried to quiet the noise that had filled her mind all day, worries about her family, her future, her place in the world. She remembered how Jesus had once spoken of seeds and soil in a similar garden. He had told the crowd that some seeds fall along the path, some on rocky ground, and some among thorns. Yet others fall on good soil, where they grow and yield fruit in abundance. The lesson had stayed with her, echoing through her thoughts like a gentle refrain. The soil of the heart must be prepared, nurtured, and open. Tonight, as she knelt, she felt the truth of those words pressing softly into her spirit. Her own heart had often been like rocky soil, full of worry and fear, anxious for tomorrow and frustrated by what she could not control. But in the quiet of this garden, with the stars just beginning to peek through the darkening sky, she felt a shift. She could choose to become the good soil, to let worry fall away, to make space for peace, and to trust in the care of the one who knew her completely. The water's gentle ripple seemed to mirror her thoughts, reminding her of how Jesus had calmed the sea for his disciples. She thought of their terror as the waves crashed against the boat, their fear turning into awe when he simply spoke. Peace had followed his words like a river flowing into dry hearts. And now, sitting beside this simple fountain, she realized the same peace could flow into her life, even now, even here, even in the small worries she had carried for so long. She lifted her gaze toward the night sky. The stars were delicate and numerous, each one shining without fear, without striving, without asking for attention. They simply reflected the light that created them. She felt a quiet smile spread across her face as she whispered softly, "If you care for them, you will care for me." The words were a prayer, a surrender, a soft exhale of all the tension she had held so tightly. Her thoughts wandered to the lives of others she knew, friends and family caught in storms of their own, hearts heavy with fear or disappointment. She imagined them surrounded by the same quiet love, the same calm presence that Jesus offered so freely, and she prayed that they too could feel it, the release of worry, the soft assurance that every day's needs were seen and met by a faithful Father. As the night deepened, she leaned back against the stone edge of the fountain, letting her body relax, letting the soft hum of evening lull her spirit. The breeze carried the fragrance of nearby flowers, sweet and grounding, and the distant sound of animals settling for sleep created a lullaby of life continuing steadily, serenely. She thought again of the lilies and the birds, of the boy with his basket of bread, and of the disciples walking upon the water, and of every quiet teaching that Jesus had given with love. Each story, each moment had one thread in common. Worry had no place in a heart resting in Him. And as she closed her eyes, letting her breath fall into a steady rhythm, she allowed herself to believe it, truly believe that she could release tomorrow, release her fears, and simply rest. The moon hung low over the hills, casting a soft silver glow that filtered through the branches of the fig trees. In a quiet corner of the city, a young man walked slowly along the cobblestone streets, his sandals brushing against the worn stones. The night was still, save for the distant clatter of a shuttered market and the faint cry of an owl from somewhere high in the trees. His heart, though weary, sought the calm he had heard spoken of in Jesus' words, the kind of rest that flowed not from circumstance, but from trust. He remembered the day he had first heard Jesus speak of burdens and yokes. A crowd had gathered in a shaded grove, their faces weary and their hands empty. Some carried grief, some anxiety, some fear that life would never bend in their favor. And Jesus, standing among them, had looked upon each person with a gaze so gentle it seemed to hold the weight of every heart without strain. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened," he had said, his voice a soft current in the midday heat, "and I will give you rest." The young man had felt a stirring then, a promise wrapped in words, tangible even amidst the dust and noise. But he had also felt the hesitation that so often came with faith, a lingering doubt, a question of whether such peace could truly last. And yet even as fear tugged at him, he had walked closer, allowing the warmth of that presence to seep into his chest, quieting the restlessness that had lived there for so long. Tonight, as he walked beneath the moon's glow, those words returned to him like a gentle echo. He felt the tension in his shoulders begin to loosen, the tightness in his chest begin to ease. Life's worries, the job he could not secure, the family tension, the uncertain days ahead were still present, but they no longer dominated his mind. He imagined placing them, one by one, into the hands of the one who promised rest. He paused by a fountain, the water rippling quietly as if breathing alongside him. He thought of the countless others who had carried heavy hearts to Jesus, parents with sick children, disciples tossed by storms, widows longing for comfort, and how each had found a tenderness that did not rush, a peace that did not demand perfection. The same care was offered now, he realized, for him too. A soft breeze moved through the trees, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and olive blossoms. He breathed deeply, letting the cool night air fill his lungs and remind him of the rhythm of life, slow, steady, unhurried. The worries that seemed so urgent began to drift away, as if they too could be carried gently by the wind, leaving his heart lighter than it had been all day. He knelt beside the fountain, resting his hands on the cool stone, and whispered the prayer he had longed to say. "Lord, I am tired. My heart is heavy. I give you all that I cannot carry." The words felt small and fragile, yet in their simplicity they carried everything he had needed to release. The stars above twinkled like silent witnesses, reflecting the quiet surrender within him. And in that stillness, he understood. The rest Jesus offered was not dependent on life being easy or predictable. It was found in the presence of the one who sees every hidden worry, who meets each soul with unwavering love, and who carries what we cannot. He rose slowly, feeling a calm he had not known before. Each step toward home was lighter, each breath steadier. The night seemed full of possibility, not pressure. The moonlight kissed the rooftops and streets, and he felt for the first time in a long while the gentle assurance of being exactly where he belonged, safe in the hands of Christ. The village lay in quiet slumber, a soft hush draped over the rooftops and narrow lanes. The air carried the faint fragrance of night-blooming flowers, mingling with the warm scent of earth still holding the day's sun. In a small courtyard, a woman sat on the stone steps, her arms wrapped gently around her knees. Her thoughts wandered through the day's troubles, moments of frustration, unexpected challenges, and the silent fears that she had tried to set aside. And yet, in the stillness of the night, she felt the familiar pull of comfort, the gentle presence of Jesus that seemed to linger just beyond sight, ready to meet her heart where it was. She remembered how he had taught the crowds about light, not just the light of the sun, but the light within. He had called them to be careful not to hide their lamp beneath a basket, to let it shine before others, so that it might illuminate the way and bring peace to those around them. It was a lesson that had always resonated with her. Yet tonight, she reflected the light he had spoken of also illuminated her inner world, the place where worry and fear often gathered, and where faith sometimes felt faint. She took a deep breath and imagined placing each anxious thought into that inner lamp, allowing it to burn steadily, each flicker a reminder that she was not alone. Jesus' words from long ago came back to her. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God. Trust also in me. It was a simple instruction, yet profound in its promise. Trust was not an abstract ideal. It was a living presence, steady and unshakable, ready to fill the corners of her mind with rest. As she sat there, the courtyard bathed in moonlight. Her thoughts drifted to those she loved, family, friends, neighbors, each carrying their own unseen burdens. She prayed quietly for them, whispering each name, letting her heart extend beyond her own worries. In the prayer, she felt a soft expansion of peace, a gentle warmth that seemed to flow outward, touching all the lives she held dear. She thought, too, of the day-to-day tasks, the errands, the responsibilities that often left her drained. It had once been easy to let them become sources of anxiety, each one another weight upon her shoulders. But now she saw them differently. Every task, every care, every concern could be carried lightly when placed in the hands of Christ. It was not a call to abandon responsibility, but to embrace it with trust, knowing she did not bear the weight alone. A soft breeze rustled through the leaves of the courtyard trees, and the woman felt her heart beat slow. She imagined Jesus walking beside her, offering his hand, steady and sure, guiding her through the shadows of doubt. His presence made even the ordinary quiet moments sacred, and in that awareness she felt a profound rest settle over her. Her eyes traced the stars above, each one a silent promise that the world was watched over, that every unseen struggle was known. She whispered a final prayer of surrender, letting the tension of the day melt from her body and mind. I lay it all before you, Lord. My heart, my worries, my life, they are yours. For the first time that evening, she felt fully held, not by circumstance, but by love. The night had deepened, wrapping the village in a velvet calm. Lanterns flickered in distant windows, and the soft hum of insects filled the air. A father sat by the doorway of his home, the weight of the day resting heavily on his shoulders. The worries he carried about work, family, and the uncertainties of tomorrow pressed against him like a silent storm. Yet in the quiet, he remembered the gentle teachings of Jesus, the words that had been whispered into his heart like a balm. Come to me, all who are weary, and I will give you rest. He closed his eyes, imagining himself walking along a path with soft grass beneath his feet, the moonlight casting a silver glow around him. Each step brought him closer to a presence he could not see with the eyes alone, but felt deeply with the heart. The same presence that had calmed the sea, fed the hungry, healed the sick, and reassured those who trembled with fear, now reached for him in tender invitation. The Father's thoughts drifted to the small lessons Jesus had offered along the way. The lilies of the field, clothed in beauty without labor. The birds of the air, fed without worry. The child who offered his simple basket of bread and fish, multiplied into abundance for many. Each story spoke of a profound truth, that life's burdens, though real and heavy, are never beyond the care of the one who holds all things. He allowed himself to breathe slowly, each inhalation a release of tension, each exhalation a surrender to divine rest. The evening air felt warmer now, carrying the faint scent of flowers and the gentle murmur of life continuing peacefully. His hands unclasped, his shoulders softened, and the tightness in his chest began to ease. For the first time in hours, he felt the quiet of trust settle deep within him. He whispered a prayer, not hurried or frantic, but gentle and steady. Lord, I cannot carry it all. I lay my worries at your feet. Take them, hold them, and give me rest. The words were simple, yet they carried the fullness of his heart. In that moment, he understood that rest was not a distant promise, but a present reality, waiting for him whenever he chose to surrender. As the stars gleamed overhead, he felt a gentle assurance filling the spaces of his mind and soul. He remembered the nights when fear had kept him awake, when doubts had circled endlessly. And now the same peace that had met Peter on the stormy sea, that had quieted the hearts of those who hungered and thirsted, was with him, steady, unshakable, infinite in its patience. The Father leaned back, gazing at the sky, and allowed his thoughts to drift into the quiet of the night. Tomorrow's worries no longer demanded his attention. Today's burdens had been laid down. He was not abandoned, nor alone, nor unseen. Every anxious thought could rest in the presence of a love that never failed, never wavered, never slept. And so he let himself rest, fully and completely, his heart tender and open, his mind still and quiet. The rhythm of the evening, the gentle presence of the night, and the faithful love of Jesus wrapped around him like a soft blanket. The world faded gently, leaving only the warmth of his nearness, the quiet assurance that all would be well. The night deepened further, and all around the village rested in silence. A soft breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of earth and flowers, gentle and calming. Each heartbeat became a quiet drum, steady and sure, echoing the rhythm of a God who never tires, who never falters, who watches over every soul with tender care. In the stillness, the listener could imagine laying every worry, every anxious thought, every small fear into the hands of Jesus. The burdens that had seemed heavy, unmovable, and endless could now drift away, carried by the presence of one who knows each heart intimately. Peace settled like soft light over the mind, warming it, quieting it, preparing it for rest. Breathe deeply. Inhale the calm, exhale the tension. Let every muscle, every thought, every concern relax, as if wrapped in a soft, protective embrace. The quiet of the night, the gentle whisper of wind, and the assurance of divine love merge together, creating a sanctuary for the heart. Here, there is no hurry, no expectation, no shadow of fear. Only the tender nearness of Jesus, whose presence brings comfort, healing, and rest. Know that this peace is constant. Though the world may shift, though troubles may return, this love remains unshaken, ever present. Each heartbeat, each breath, each quiet moment is a reminder He holds you. He sees you. You are safe. Let your eyes close gently. Let your mind rest. Let your heart sink into the quiet, knowing that all is in His care.